It's time to take a short break. Stand up, stretch and hydrate.
Irish Island, welcome in, sir. How we doing today? Hey, no mind. Just got an ad break rolling here in a moment to get those pesky pre-rolls out of the way for the next hour, and then we'll be getting this show on the road. Doing great. Good. I think we got ads. It's been saying starting soon for ages now. There we go. Miss Diane, hello. Welcome in. I think we have an ad break rolling right now. We'll get things started as soon as that's done. Cleaned off my tablet screen, which is what I use to see chat while I'm at my work table here. It was all smudged up from clay and, residue. It's so much more clear now. No ads for you? Hey, you lucked out. Look at that. Yeah, well, it says we got about a minute and a half, and once that's done, the bot will tell us, and we'll get things started here. But welcome in, guys. Happy Tuesday. Apologies for no stream yesterday. We'll talk about it once I start things up here, but it is what it is. One of those things, you know? Miss Diane got ads? Yeah, it seems to be random. Like, some people get them, some people don't. Last time I wrote in a chat that I don't get them often, I started to get them a lot. Dude, that happened to me too. I was like, hey, I'm not seeing any ads in this one channel when they said there was rolling ads. And then the next thing I know, I got like 6 minutes worth of ads. Bezos is like, not on my watch.
Welcome back. Let's get to it.
Let's do that. let's get to it. So, folks, welcome in. I hope you're having a good week so far, in spite of the everything. I'd say the algorithm looks for that phrase, right? I feel personally targeted, you know? But yeah, welcome in, folks. Hope you've had a good weekend. I hope the week is off to a good start for you. If you're watching the VOD, feel free to kick back, put whatever music you so choose on, and enjoy. We are once again listening to Classic Rock Summer. This playlist has been pretty great. Pretty great. It's been treating us pretty well, and I've been enjoying it, so why not more? Why not more? I've done some changes. There's more channel point redemptions now, 3 new ones to be specific. You'll notice over here the now playing and all of that. And you'll see some stuff on our full screen scenes as well. I spent a lot of time working on bot stuff. I said bot stuff over the weekend. Not to be confused. It was bot stuff that I was doing over the weekend. And spent a lot of time on some things and getting some things sorted out, some things revised and improved, and adding some things. And we'll continue to do that gradually as time goes forward. I apologize. There was no stream yesterday. I'm fine. It's just one of those things. Life with an anxiety disorder, not circumstantial or anything like that. My body is literally like flushing itself with adrenaline for everything. And as a result, if you know anything, like when adrenaline rushes, it starts getting pumped through your body, right? You know, it goes to your joints. It's a fight or flight reaction, etc. With this anxiety disorder, everything basically in this world is perceived as a potential threat. When it floods my system with adrenaline, it typically speaking, the next day is pretty rough. When that kind of thing happens and the adrenal fluid goes into your joints and stuff, but then it doesn't burn off, it just kind of sits there, you get achiness and stuff like that in your joints. So typically when I have a pretty bad episode of anxiety, the next day I feel like somebody hit me with a bus. You can still hear it in my voice, the fogginess and just soreness. It is what it is. It's not me asking for sympathy, only understanding, because these things happen. It does not reflect my ambition or drive with this thing, that I'm doing here. It will, no doubt, get in the way. Sometimes I'll have to take a day off or whatever. But I'll always be back. So bear with me when those times arise. And sure enough, after a day or two, I'll be right back to it. Maybe going a little bit slower, but we'll get back to it. I know it's been, for me, it's been a lot. There's been a lot going on with my family stuff. My grandfather's health has been in decline over the last couple years, and there's been, things going on in that front. And then I don't think I even need, and I'm not even going to get into it because that's a shit show. But I don't think I need to explain how the events in my country over the weekend have fueled a bit of that, Got that too. My adrenaline feels like poison to me. Yeah, that's what, I know people in my life that like to seek adventure. And it's like, bro, I don't need that. Like, I seek peace. That's what I seek. I got enough adventure every single day of my life. We're gonna start off by conditioning some clay. Hey, Irish, I appreciate it, man. It's one of the reasons, like, I don't like to talk about it because I know there's people out there that like to make it their personality and like use it as a means of sympathy and all of that. I don't even need. We all know, right? We all know, and I don't like to talk about it a lot. I do talk about it when it's appropriate, just because I do know that there's other folks out there that deal with this stuff, and I know from firsthand experience, it's nice to hear from someone else that understands sometimes. And here you're not alone in dealing with these things, right? So I'll talk about it with my experiences, but we don't go full bore into it, you know. It's not going to change anything, and sympathy certainly doesn't fix it. So all I ask for is understanding, because I hate to have to. Believe me, I beat myself up all day yesterday. I don't like canceling streams, but I also recognize that sometimes I just have to, you know. And I also try not to make those days just a sit around and woe is me kind of days, right? I got out, went for a drive, got some things done, tried to be a little bit productive. So, yeah, sometimes you just got to take a day, you know? I try to keep that to a minimum. And some days, you know, maybe I'm not feeling 100%, but if I'm feeling up to at least being social, I'll stream. And a lot of times that'll make me feel better. But yesterday was just too low energy, and I was feeling too beat down. I just really didn't want to sit here and try to focus on sculpting and try to be social, you know? But today, we're going to get back to it, and we are going to be working on getting the fur, the same texture that we've used across the body, onto the tail tip here, starting at the tip and working back, and then doing a blend here where they meet, and something similar to what we did on the cheeks. What did I do? Okay, so off stream, I did do a little bit of work. We'll swap over here. So, also, yeah, new stuff on the side here. Yeah, new stuff. Anyway, the hands. You know that we did the paws on. Well, we did them between Tuesday and Thursday streams, right? Last week. And then he went in the oven and got baked. And then over the weekend, I took like a little dime-sized, real thin piece of clay, and I put it on the back of his hands just to give a little bit of lift on like a layer. And it's real faint. You wouldn't even know unless I pointed it out. But I went in and redid the fur texture across that. And that was basically just to add some definition between the top layer of fur across the knuckles, on the sides of the palms. It's very faint. Nobody would even notice it really, but you know how it goes. Same with the paws. I did not need to go like hyper detailed on these paws because you can barely see them except from certain angles. But if you're going to do it, you know. Now, I will say we're not going to do that on the bottom of the feet because that's absolutely pointless, and I would be out of my mind to spend that kind of time working on something that's literally going to be adhered to the base. So we won't do that with the feet. But, let's see. Yeah. We're going to need this today because we're working with fur once again. And liquid polymer clay, of course. Also, if the music needs turned up, let me know. I'm going to pop it up to just a couple notches because I think it is pretty low there. And I don't think we're going to need all that clay, so we'll do that. Let's get a little bit of liquid polymer on here. You know what? I'm not going to do the whole thing because with the fan going, it tends to, it doesn't dry it out, but it kind of makes it jelly almost. I don't need to dip that. What am I doing? And we'll just kind of brush that on the tip here. And of course, this is just to help any added layers of clay adhere to what's already cured. And it doesn't air dry, it just gets kind of gelled and thick with the fan going, so. Okay. Thank God for hobbies to keep us sane in this world, though, you know? I do think we should probably start off with some tiny cuts and tiny pieces on the tip. Just to give it a little bit of layering, just because of the nature of this, we'll overlap it, but we don't want it to be like a bald tip underneath that's visible, right? So we'll add like one layer of finely cut small pieces, and then we'll overlap that with more appropriate size. And then as we work back, we'll get slightly smaller in our pieces and cuts. And I will say, after all of this time, over 100 hours on this guy, this is basically the last time on this project we'll be doing the fur. Might do a couple little bits around the toes, but we'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. I haven't quite decided. It's kind of one of those things I just want to see in practice before I make a decision on it, you know? We'll probably be starting the toes, I would imagine, tomorrow. And then, once the feet are done, that's it. And we're on the painting. That's exciting. And scary. All right, we'll stop with that and see if that's enough. But yeah, I hope you guys are all having a good week. Pretty warm again here. I hear it's been warm for a lot of others as well. Waiting for it to go back into the 70s and 80s and not the 80s and 90s, you know? Can't take this. But this weekend, we're going to go see Twisters, I think. Looking forward to that. And then next weekend, it's finally here, folks. It's time for Deadpool. And I can't wait. Speaking of movies, I heard the Kevin Costner movie. It's supposedly going to be like 4 parts. Part 1 came out, and it hasn't fared too well. Part 2 is supposed to come out in August, and apparently that's not going to happen now. They pushed it back to an undisclosed date. I'm wondering if they're waiting to give the first part a little time for a home release, whether it be VOD rentals or, digital purchases to give maybe folks that are sleeping on it a little bit of time to garner more interest. I don't know. We'll see. I want to see it, but I don't want to go to the theater to watch a 3-hour movie that has no real conclusion. So probably wait till it comes out on home release. Okay, let's see what we can manage today. Hopefully something productive. I want this to kind of line up basically with the tip there. The next layer we'll do a little bit of extension. Gotta be especially careful with that first layer. It likes to slide around quite a bit. And then we just want to blend back the excess. And then we'll hit it from the other side. Hey, Jazzy. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. I hope you've been well. Been looking for streams. I'll keep an eye out. Maybe I'm just missing them, but I'm definitely keeping an eye out. But enjoy your lurk, and folks, if you haven't already done so, there is a link in the chat. Show some love to Jazzy Jaffa. I have to get one of those set up for Irish now too. I did manage to get one set up for Zablocker. Been busy with house moving. Ooh, yep, that'll do it. That'll do it. I figured you were busy, and I know how it goes. But I hope all that's going well and smoothly as possible. And thank you. I appreciate it. I'm really happy with how he's coming together. We're almost done, at least with the sculpting portion. Probably finishing things up this week or very, very close to it. All right, I need a brush. I'll do that. Working the underside of this tail is gonna be something. Get off there, thank you. Dan, hello. Welcome in, folks. There's another person in the chat there that you should show some love to. Richie, there's trees and the song info and the overlay look good. Thank you, man. Yeah, I thought it, you know what? We barely ever go back over to that other screen except for, you know, breaks and whatnot. And that way it shows some recognition, you know? Yep, I was a busy boy over the weekend playing with the bot. Thanks. And the alerts come up from behind the trees. We also have some new channel point redemptions that I had fun with. I'll just show them to you for free. How's that? Nobody has to spend any points to see them. I'll just show you. These are incorporating the bot with overlays. If I can find them. There it is. So I added this guy. And spoon. I love that. And we've got boop. You can boop. Here, wait. Boop. Oh, I'm too easily entertained. And
oh, that's hot. That's hot.
There we go. Hot stuff. It's fun. Oh, man.
I have no idea what I'm doing, but I know I'm doing it really, really well.
I'm sorry. Did I say that out loud? Very nicely done. Thanks, Richie. Just playing around. I have some other ideas, but I haven't quite got there yet. I'm going to set these little guys aside for right now. We're going to start working on our overlap pieces. Specifically for this. This part will get overlapped just to get, this is basically just to cover up that tip in case you can see through any strands. You don't want to see that. Nobody wants to see that. And then we'll continue to work backward. Okay, let's, you know what, I'm just gonna combine all the clay. Not going with big pieces, but definitely want them bigger than the tiny pieces, right? Hmm. That might be good. Yeah, might be good. BRB, no worries, no worries. Also, when you spoke in chat, Dan, did the bot? Interesting. The bot should have given you a shout out. Yeah. Hmm. I'll have to look into that. For some reason, he did not. You know what? I wonder. Does it work for Jazzy Jaffa here just a moment ago? Let me make sure I don't still have that accidental weight. Nope. Interesting. I'll have to look into it. I do plan on streaming tomorrow too, by the way, guys, to make up for canceling stream yesterday. Assuming nothing comes up, which hopefully not. Because if something comes up, that's probably not good, right? It never is. That's why I don't like surprises. More often than not, surprises are not good surprises. I don't know how well these are going to work, but we're going to find out. We'll stick with 4 for right now while we try to find a size here. The most important thing, though, is just making sure we got good cuts. None of that thick, chunky strands, you know? That one might be too big. You. Welcome in, sir. How we doing today? Well, the best one, of course. Of course. Let's see if we can salvage it. I'm sorry. It was probably cottage cheese I had for breakfast. Careful with that dairy, you know? Ew. That's terrible. Why? 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 Been so gassy? It happens, man. It happens. Let's see. Cut off the excess here. That's a bad cut. Good enough. That'll get overlapped anyway if we use that piece. Yeah, right now just kind of playing around here. Working to find our size for... for the tip of the tail here. How's it going? It's not bad, man. Not bad. Still feeling a little bit rough, but doable, you know? Okay, let's see. See if this works. Let's start. And I hope these aren't too big. We need to get that big piece off of there. A little bit too much. Hopefully the tail comes together pretty simply for us today. This will probably be the sole focus of today's stream, I would imagine. And then tomorrow we'll start on the feet, assuming today goes well with this. And I imagine the feet will take us maybe tomorrow and Thursday. Hopefully no more than that. And this is going to be a little bit awkward today just because, well, it's the tail. We kind of have to flip this thing all around, so bear with me on camera angles today. You know how it is. Sometimes it's just kind of difficult. I don't like the angle. Well, I'm sorry, man. That piece is horrid. I wonder. This, as you can see, this brush is basically dry. I don't really want any ISO on this just yet. I'm just kind of getting a little bit of movement into those pieces. I'm gonna do a slight overlap right over here around the bottom. I hate working on the bottom of this already, I'll say that much. This is not fun. And quite honestly, a little bit nerve-wracking. Let's use, I'm going to trim off these side pieces on this as well, so it's not quite so wide. It creates a tad bit of unnecessary overlap on the pieces beside it. And we're trying to avoid any unnecessary bulking. And then after this layer, we'll work back a little bit more in our placement. But like I said, I want to have a little bit of overlap going here. And what we'll probably do is cut this piece to fit so we don't have any side-to-side overlap here. You know what? Let's just go ahead and cut off the pieces that I corrected there earlier. And then we'll put this guy. Well, fun fact, I did a scene out of The Breakfast Club with a group in a high school drama class. And it was pretty great. Actually, it wasn't a club, it was a class. But who did I play? I was Emilio Estevez's character. Dude, I pulled out the tears and all. It was fantastic. It was the scene where they're all sitting around talking about how they ended up in detention. Your intensity is for shit. And matter of fact, we had where was he from? The Netherlands. We had a foreign exchange student from the Netherlands. His name was Niels. And he played Bender. I think, yeah, for Christy Alley's character, we had to do a little gender bending there, but it worked out. It actually kind of made it kind of funny when he was talking about sleeping with his therapist. wrong bender. I I really loved John Hughes movies. He had his own little universe going on, you know. All right. I can work with that. Let's keep working our way backward here. I loved you in Kiss Kiss Bang Bang would confuse the shit out of people. How you tell a comic nerd from a film nerd is basically. See, I would have gotten that. It might have confused me for a second, but then when it registered, I've been like, oh, yeah, I gotcha. I gotcha. I don't think people would expect it. Yeah. Supposedly, we might be seeing Robert Downey Jr. back in Marvel. About 10% got it. Be interesting to see how they bring him back if they do. Yeah, I mean, with us approaching Secret Wars and stuff, they could do like an alternate version type thing, alternate universe. But there's also the fact that he could just be brought back as an AI. They did in the comics, is my understanding. Um, Never been a huge Iron Man fan until the movies. I'll admit. Um, and I certainly don't follow the newer comics, so. Wish they bring Coulson back. Loved him. Yeah, man. They kind of did for the show, but I want to see Keanu Reeves as Ghost Rider. I'm sorry, I want to. Apparently, he's been in talks with Marvel, so I don't know. I guess we'll see what's in store. Only comics I read as a kid were Spawn, Star Wars, The Tick, and Flaming Carrot. I was mostly into Spider-Man. There was a news shop on my way. I had to walk to middle school, and there was a little news shop. And so, like, the newspaper and all kinds of magazines, and old timers would be in there in the mornings drinking coffee, eating breakfast because they serve breakfast and stuff. But I'd go in there at least 3 times a week with my lunch money, and I'd get one of the 3 current runs of Spider-Man that I was reading at the time. Got a few X-Men. I still have all my Spider-Man comics too. And I think some of them are worth a bit. But I've got a few X-Men. I've got a copy of Spider-Man #1, but it's not. I think it's a reprint. It has to be. Like, there's no way it's an original, you know? #1, it just doesn't look like it's that old. So. And then I have a foil cover of Maximum Clonage. It's so cool. It's so cool. That's one of the reasons why I picked it up in the first place, and it actually got me into the Maximum Clonage series. Because the cover was awesome. I think that thing's worth like $200 right now, last I looked. Which I should probably check again because that's been a few years already, so. Piece is a bit dinky. We're gonna put you aside. Don't know Maximum Clonage. Yeah, it's the story arc where it came out that Peter Parker was cloned. And Ben Reilly, all of that came to be. Peter Parker has an identity crisis because of the whole thing. And Ben Reilly takes over as Spider-Man, the Scarlet Spider, for the most part for a while. And the comic opens up with the coolest shit ever, man. It's the Jackal sitting on a bench singing "It's the End of the World as We Know It" by REM. I always thought that was so cool. Yeah, this is going to be another one of those days, chat. Tedious fur placement. But it'll be the last one of those days also. Like I said, we may do a few little fur pieces on the toes, but nothing like this, you know? Much simpler. Time for a meeting. Have a good stream. Hey, have a good meeting, I hope. It's nice talking to you, Richie. And we'll see you later if you can make it back. That first little tiny layer we put on the very tip of the tail too, not only will that kind of hide any of the underneath, you know, structure, it's also obviously going to provide a little bit more support too. That was kind of part of the idea behind it. Guess I failed to mention that portion, but yeah, that's part of the idea. Okay, I think we got.
It's time
Wow,
to
really?
take a short break. Stand up, stretch and hydrate.
Hey, Joe. Why is the bot not giving shout outs again all of a sudden? Oh, wait, he did. I'm late. Lurking and working today? Think your next project won't be a fur creature? No. Not this time. And folks, linked in the chat there, designed by Joe, fellow streamer here on the platform and creator, goldsmith and jewel maker, jewelry. I'm terrible at this. I'm sorry. I apologize. But anyways, show some love. Drop a follow. Check out Joe's stream. You won't be disappointed. Forgive me. Still a little bit of that brain fog today. Not as bad as yesterday. I was barely coherent and functional yesterday, but better. Hey, no worries, man. No worries. Thanks for being here. And then after this, we'll switch over. We've got a break coming up here, folks. Well, I'm beating the Jerboa around. Let's not do that. Thank God this is cosplay, right? If that was Sculpty, he would have lost an ear just now. Arguably, what you'd want to do is do the tail separate and attach it. Hindsight is 20/20 and all of that. Next time we do a tail, you know? And half the fur on its back, yeah. Okay. I'm gonna come in here and do a little bit of this real quick. Okay. All right. Ad breaks starting in 8 seconds, folks. I'll see you in 3 minutes, and no more ads for another hour. Thank you guys for being here. We'll hop over to the break screen. And now's a great time to stand up, stretch, grab a drink, grab a snack, whatever you may need to do. We'll hold all work for the return of the stream here. And I'll see you guys in just a few. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is Tenacious D canceled now? Is that what happened? What happened here, folks? I just saw a headline on my phone. Gonna go make some lunch, lurking in the meantime. All right, Joe. About a minute and 50 on the ad break, folks, and then we'll get back to it.
Welcome back. Let's get to it.
All right. Let's continue on. I'm going to use that last piece real quick, and I think it needs to go right there. And again, we got some new channel point redemptions available for y'all. I'll be adding more gradually as time goes on. We're going to start going back a tad bit on our placement. Otherwise, it'll just kind of balloon out. We don't want that. We don't want that at all. This is another thing. If this was out of Sculpey instead of Cosplay, I'd have to be a bit more careful right now when I'm doing this. To avoid any kind of stress fractures with the Sculpey. I can kind of feel a bend, but that's okay with cosplay. Let's make sure. And we'll just brush this. It's pretty dry. Let's get a little bit of ISO on there, but we don't want it saturated, of course. I don't like that. There we go. Gotta split those hairs a little bit. You don't want it to be all uniform. It starts to look kind of absurd and ridiculous if everything's all completely uniform. Once again,
Spoon!
Hey Rose. Welcome in. How we doing? Eyes good? Good. Good, good, good. Doing all right today myself. Still not 100%, but feeling better, you know? In spite of living in continuously exciting times. Save us all from the excitement, please. I would be content with boring at this point. Sweep the leg. I'm just saying if any of you are in countries that are accepting asylum applicants, I know a guy that's looking for asylum. When's the new season out? Oh, on Cobra Kai. I don't know. I thought a new season just came out not long ago. I'm still waiting on the new season of freaking Stranger Things, man. Now you know too. I told Menchie, I said, I feel like you need to like find a way to look into information on how you can find a dental job that provides you with a work visa. And she's not a dentist, she's a hygienist, but yeah. Basically next to the dentist in the hierarchy, I suppose. And it's funny because we both work with basically the same tools all day. Because these are very much dental tools. I mean, they very much are, you know. I'm sorry, instruments is the proper terminology. Close call on the drop. I have pretty terrible luck on the drop game. Certainly don't have Rose's luck. I was just thinking, are you a dentist? No. No. I don't understand how Minchie does what she does all day, to be honest. She enjoys it, but dude, I don't even like being around people, much less digging around in their mouths. You know what I'm saying? That sounds like hell. No, I'm weird. Like, I like my solitude anymore, but it's not because I'm like a misanthropist or anything. I like people, and I like conversing with people, and my problem is while it can be more easily attained online, like here, I enjoy my time here hanging out with you guys and chatting with you guys. In the general public sense, I don't find that, you know what I mean? And I tend to avoid those circumstances and situations just because I don't like the way that people tend to behave and treat one another. How funny that it is that we have to turn to Twitch for any modicum of decency and conversation. And that's not to say every interaction I have in public is negative. That's not true. But the negative ones certainly stand out and reaffirm the anxieties and everything else. And they do happen far more often than they should. Wonder if she dreams of being really small and walking around in malice. I would. I mean, you know, it's not like she comes home every day with a horror story, but sometimes it's inevitable, right? And you know, like there's definitely been days where she's come home like, "Oh my god, this person's breath was so bad I thought I was going to die." You know? And I couldn't deal with that. Hell no. No way. She's a stronger person than I am in a lot of ways. You know, I have my strengths too, and I think that's the case with all of us. And when it comes to our partners and stuff, I think that it's interesting to see like the contrasts um, that tend to work out beneficially, you know, for each other. One person's strengths and weaknesses. Like again, I like people and being around people and talking to people, but I have like a very limited patience for stupidity. And like if I ever went if I ever set up like a hobby booth, right, for sculptures and stuff, I told Minchie, I said, I would just have to sit in the back and work on stuff, and you would have to handle the front, because I know there would be some really amazing interactions, but it'd be the bad ones that would ruin it for me. Because that's the unfortunate thing about anxiety is doesn't matter how many positive interactions I have, it's that one negative one, that one bad one that's going to stick with me, and then I'm going to go into every other interaction just like anxious, you know. And that's not a fun feeling, and it's not fair to the people involved. So, and then I feel like an asshole. Twitch has been the only social life for the past couple of years. As much as I don't like people, I do need to start socializing in real life again before I die alone. Not gonna find a wife here. Hey, you know, don't say that. Don't say that, Hugh. It may complicate the chances, but it's not to say that the chance doesn't exist. I met Minchie through Red Dead Redemption. And she lived states away. And we enjoyed talking to one another and playing games together. And she brought up maybe making it something more. And I'm like, I don't know. I'm not really looking after my experiences. And she whittled me down. And thank God she did. You got us on the internet to nag you. I try to keep up my offline interactions, you know. I think that especially if you deal with anxiety or any kind of mental health disorders or struggles, it is important. It's important to recognize when you need to just have some time, and you need to give yourself that time. But it's equally important to push yourself. You know, it's why, like, I could very easily just be like, "Hey, you know, Minchie, when you're at the store, I need these things," and she would be happy to pick them up for me, I'm sure. And sometimes she does, just you know, we will do that for each other. Of course, like anybody, if we're at the store and the other person needs something, what have you. But I very much make it a point to handle my own stuff like that. Number one, if I can't do the basics, then what the hell's the point? I feel like I'm just taking up space and I'm a nuisance. No matter how untrue that might be. I don't want to feel that way. But, you know, I make sure I get out and handle those things and try to have some positive interactions where I can. Yesterday was a bad day. Well, Sunday was a bad anxiety day. Yesterday was the aftermath of that, and that's why I didn't stream, of course, as we discussed. But, you know, I was like, I don't want to just sit around and feel bad about it all day, you know. I want to at least take the day and get some things that I would have to do on other days, right? So I went for a drive. I had Nice long drive. Made a trip to the dispensary. Because, what better place to go on a bad day? Had a nice little chat with the folks working there, and stuck in limbo. Hugh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. I will say this. I know it doesn't change things, and it maybe doesn't really help in the grand scheme of things, but for just a little bit of a moment of comfort, I suppose, I can tell you, you are definitely not alone. I have other folks that I know, some in this community as well, that have been in the search, if not for something whatsoever, at least a change, maybe, and having a rough way of it. But I do hope something pans out for you in your pursuits. I wish you the best on that. Like being single sometimes. Yeah, that's where I was, Miss Diane. I got divorced in 2013, 2014, somewhere in that ballpark. It seems like lifetimes ago at this point. And I had friends like, "Oh, you just need to get back on the wagon, right away, right? Just get back out there." And like I did. I tried, I dated and stuff, and it helped to some extent, but then I found myself like dating some pretty shitty people. And I was like, after that divorce and after those experiences, I'm done. I don't need anybody. And that's where I was when I met Menchie. And like I said, she worked me down. And I'm glad that she did, because she is not like those people. And it's easy to say, when you find somebody like that, like, I wish I would have met this person before, but do you really, though? Because it's all of those things that led me to where I am today, that made me the person I am today, that made me capable of appreciating the things that I appreciate, Those bad experiences are equally as important than shaping us, as less desirable as they may be. Kid signed me up for a couple of dating sites, and I went mad. I said no. I've been on my own 10 years, and I like my bed to myself. And also oh my God, Miss Diane, those dating sites, it's awful. It's awful out there. Not being single, I want hugs, but buggers in a different town. Yeah. Well, yeah, long distance. We were, we did the distance thing for a moment, so I know what you mean. And I also just have experience with that, previously in life. So I'm all too familiar. I'm not one of those people that thinks that long distance relationships are impossible or a waste or anything like that, but they're trying, and they definitely take special effort from all involved and an added layer of commitment, I think, Um, Is that Minchie I've seen post pics in Andy's Discord? Yeah. I had a picture of my exposed back. What? Six and a half years not having a life now. It's my time. I just want to have some fun. And you know what, Diane? That's totally fine. And that's 100% up to you, you know? The pressures of society and our families and people around us are silly, really. And I mean, that's not to say that the feelings weren't there or anything, but it was certainly those pressures that led me into my marriage at a young age. And had I been a little older and wiser, I would have seen the writing on the wall, you know. But I had this preconception of what things should be and pressures for that, and I fell for the charade. You know, I said for certain I would never get married again, but I'm not gonna lie. And she might have changed my mind as much as we were on the same page on that. I don't think she's changed her mind. It's different for different people. And at the end of the day, it's a silly piece of paper, but it certainly doesn't define a relationship, because look how many relationships are completely one-sided or just completely hollow. Just because they're married doesn't change that. Not Bud or anything else. That's crazy. What? What platform are we talking about? That's why I'm getting my passport. I'm gonna see Bruce and Brooke Odyssey. Yeah, I saw you were planning a visit with them. That'll be fun. That's my biggest worry is, like I was saying at the beginning of the stream, you know, with the anxiety disorder, my body, like the anxiety is like a constant. It's just a matter of is it at that manageable threshold or below or beyond it, right? And I don't need to seek thrills. I seek peace, and this is my peace. It's here, you know? And I know it's probably something I don't need to worry about because Menchie loves me dearly and cares about me and does her best to understand. But it's always in my head. Maybe it's more anxiety fueling that. Is that good enough for somebody else? Because it is for me. And I don't know. It's just one of those things, I guess. I don't even know where I'm getting at with this, but I've lived a lot in my years. I've seen a lot. I guess I just don't have that draw to like go explore more because I just I don't need it. But I totally understand where for some that's very liberating to get out and travel and swipe. Oh, like Tinder, you mean? One of those? Dude, that's crazy because some of the stuff I saw back on the on in my time on that app. Back with food, it's actually pretty amazing to me the amount of streamers, YouTubers who live with anxiety and depression. I think it's just a personality thing where people prefer to talk from a distance and be in a crowded room. Yeah, that's that's one of the things I've talked about, Joe, is like when I'm able to sit here, and it's not to say there's not anxiety, there is. But and even still I have to have conversations with myself sometimes like if somebody's being a shithead, all I have to do is press a button and it stops. If only we were so fortunate in real life, right? Um, but I'm able to feel more like myself. When I'm in a crowd, and this is a conversation I had with Minchie recently too. Like, I think that, and I'm not going to blanket statement this, but I think that there are some struggles that some of us deal with that while they can be extremely troublesome and huge obstacles in our way and downright debilitating in a lot of ways, I think that some of them have aspects that are actually positives too, like hyperfocus, for instance. It can be very a very bad, unhealthy thing, but if you recognize it and you approach it properly, hyperfocus is like a superpower, man. You know, um, with my anxiety disorder, it perceives like everything around me as a potential threat, but I'm also aware of everything around me. I have hyper awareness, like, and that's why I have a trouble focusing is because I'm focusing on everything all at once. You know what I mean? Like sensory overload almost when I'm in crowds and when I'm in places that I don't exactly feel comfortable. Uh, and that's the same shit that gets you out of a bad situation should a bad situation arise. You know what I mean? So, not necessarily a bad thing, just not ideal to be something that you experienced on a constant. And that's where it becomes a problem. My fair share of depression, I absolutely classify myself as an introvert. Yeah. I I I am too. Like I like connecting with people, but I find like social environments are exhausting. Um and I also don't like funerals and hospitals because it's overwhelming for me. I can't deal with the room around me and on top of my own emotions. You know what I'm saying? Does that make any sense to anybody? I don't know. I know I don't know how much scientific backing the whole concept has, but I definitely, if there is such a thing, would consider myself to be an empath just because it's obnoxious how even seeing something in a movie impacts me. You know, that's what I'm saying. I know for with all my heart, like it's my avoidance of people in crowds isn't like anything misanthropic. I genuinely do crave connection with people. I love people and I care about people. I just don't like the way people tend to act. And I'd rather be on my own and isolated than expose myself to that continuously because it affects me and more maybe arguably more than it should. But what are we getting so deep for today, chat? What's going on here? getting heavy with it today. Hello, fellow introverts. I think it's okay. You know, some people may think one thing or another about introverted personality types, but I think it takes I think, and it's not to say that extroverts are weak or anything like that. Don't twist my meaning here. But I think it says a lot about someone when they can be completely content with themselves. You know, like I don't need any external entertainment. I'm perfectly capable of keeping myself occupied. And I enjoy peace and quiet. Like I said, I'm at a point in my life, especially with the anxiety disorder, that I don't seek out thrills. That's the last thing I'm interested in. Especially when we live in nonstop exciting times, you know. What's that saying? I think it was George Carlin. Rip, indeed, rip. I have no problem with individuals, but people in groups, yes. People in groups are assholes. I know what quote you're talking about. It's a solid quote. It's when they start to group up that I have a problem with them, he said. And that certainly is interesting. Thousands of years of evolution, and yet we still resort to that same tribalist, mob mentality. Self mastery comes from being able to sit in a quiet room alone. Yeah, I mean, hopefully it leads somewhere because I've got that part down. I've got that part down. It's just the rest of it. But I think I do pretty well. Um, and I've got a major depressive disorder diagnosis as well. I don't talk about it a lot again because it's just not something I like to do. Especially when I see these things being touted around like some kind of personality when it is not, and should never be treated as a personality or a type of personality, what have you. But what was I saying? I don't even know what I was getting at. I started thinking about this further, then I got sidetracked. I know there was a point there. Just not sure what it was now. I think I was just kind of getting at, like, as far as self mastery goes, I'm still learning to live with it, very much so. But I've made a lot of progress over the years. It's been over a decade living with this. And at first it was my natural inclination was to fight against this. I don't want this. I don't want to deal with this. And that only made matters worse, internally, externally, Fighting against it was only creating more friction and more frustration. It was when I learned to accept that this is a part of me and I need to learn how to live with it and start acknowledging, like, maybe it's not always a bad thing. That's when I really started to have some peace with myself. We have days where we may only say 5 to 10 words to each other because we both just need some alone time. Yeah, I would say, obviously I'm definitely Minchie is honestly, I would say she's a little bit odd in the sense that I see characteristics of both. Um, she's very good with people, in my opinion. And I can be too. I really can. I think part of that is just like I'm pretty good at reading people in person. Um, Obviously it's hard to do that when it comes to lack of tone with through text and stuff like that, but I got a pretty good sense of someone in person. And and I think that helps me, and it always has. But you know, I think that I would say Minchie's probably kind of a mix between the two because she's really good with people and she likes to be around people, but she also enjoys her time away sometimes, just her own time, a little bit of decompression time. And everybody needs that, I suppose. But, you know, it's kind of funny because she talks to people all day long, and outside of you guys, most of the time, she might be the only person I talk to on any given day. So she comes home ready to decompress, and I'm like, "Hey, hi, how's it going? I'm so excited to talk to you." So we've had to kind of learn to like, I need to chill a little bit and understand where I would be if I was walking through the door. I'm like one of the dogs, like bouncing up and down, all excited when she walks in the door. Not quite, but she's got three of us all excited to see her. We both need a few hours after work just to decompress. Yeah, totally get that. Yeah, she goes to the gym after work and comes home and has her routine and just moving a little slow and steady with this today, chat. No rush and just kind of need it today. I'm really appreciating this discussion though. I hope you guys are enjoying. A little bit deeper than what we normally get here. A little heavier, but sometimes it's nice. And I don't shy away from that type of conversation. I'd be open to it more if it was a more broadly appealed approach, or you know, some people just don't like that, and I totally get it. And I try to keep the stream a neutral place when it comes to that. But sometimes I think it's a good thing. Sometimes it's needed. Yep. Yeah, it definitely is. When I was really trying to push myself when I was struggling and the diagnosis is before that, uh it was tough, and I definitely needed those times to just isolate myself and just kind of decompress, and I just didn't understand it yet. Got a favorite song or lyric? Need to get you added to my auto shoutouts. Oh, that's a tough one, man. I hate picking favorites. This is a good one. Feels like it kind of fits for the stream. You guys ever have like weird like experiences, right? Like, you know, everybody knows the number game. You see a reoccurring number, that kind of thing. You know, chalk it up to coincidence, whatever. It similar to that, but like just things that seem odd. Like, why is this happening? Example. That song I've been hearing everywhere. Not this song, but the Werewolves of London. Been hearing it everywhere lately. In addition, and really getting into listening to the Talking Heads again. I've always loved the Talking Heads, and then hearing them on multiple streams. I've been listening to a lot of Talking Heads and Iggy Pop, specifically Iggy Pop's Passenger and Psycho Killer from Talking Heads, just because they make me think of Dexter, and I love that show. And yesterday I walk into the dispensary and I'm like, I hear this beat and I'm like, wait a minute. It was Psycho Killer from Talking Heads, and I'm like, this song never plays anywhere ever. And it's on now? What? That's so weird. Those little instances are strange to me. And as short as you know what I'm talking about though? Like those weird things that it's just like, what? What the hell is going on? You know? There's other examples that I'm struggling to pull to the top of my head that have from experience. Try to think on some here. Minchie and I were actually just talking about something the other day. What was it? I don't know. Sometimes it does feel like the universe is just having fun with it, you know? With a strange sense of what fun is, but it's a bit thick. Let's put that back. Notice things because your brain is wired to notice certain things. Like you say, if you think of the number 3, you're going to start seeing the number 3 everywhere, but it works with just about anything. Yeah, I suppose. What's your favorite Zeppelin album? I'll admit, like, I'm not I like Zeppelin. No, don't get me wrong, and I love some of their music, but I'm not like I own their albums and know their names and know all their album names. Not on that level, Hugh. And if I had to pick a favorite song, I don't know. That's a tough one because I like a lot of their songs. Black Dog is good. Immigrant Song is amazing. Yeah, I mean, any song of theirs that comes to mind, I like it. So It's like CCR. I know so many of their songs, and I love that band. But I couldn't tell you their album names. You know, it is too far removed from my time. That my experience is just like listening to them on the radio and online, where I don't have access to that information readily available or whatever. Say, don't think of the Eiffel Tower. It's the first thing you think of. Yeah. Yeah. Brains are weird, huh? Like, I can barely remember, you know, most days I can barely tell you what I had to eat the day prior. But like, what the hell was it that got brought up in Andy's stream? And it was like a show from my childhood. And instantaneously, I knew all the words to the theme song. Like, what? What? How you gonna remember that? I like Physical Graffiti and 4. What, the albums? Yeah, the albums. Okay. Have you seen the bad lip reading of Stranger Things? I have not. It's been a while since I checked in on bad lip reading. I just want season 5 of Stranger Things. Even if it is depressing that it's going to be the final season. I wonder if we're still getting spin-offs, though. Because I very much am intrigued by the whole world that they've, you know, started creating with Stranger Things. And I'm so down to explore more, you know, as long as they do it well. It would be a little sad to see the characters change, but need to watch it. It's hilarious. Part 1 and 2. Nice. Like all those albums, but those are my top choices. Yeah. I've really been digging this song lately, too. I'm gonna put that one back. That one's pretty butchered. I think we're gonna have to clean this guy off with some ISO. It's starting to stick pretty bad. Yeah, it's starting to stick very bad. What are you doing? Just making some more fur. But I gotta clean this off with some ISO, because after a while, you get a little bit of clay residue on here, you know.
It's time to take a short break.
And it
Stand
starts,
up, stretch and hydrate.
it starts sticking and pulling on the fur pieces. Perfect timing on the ad break, folks. I need a little snack real quick. So I'm going to finish. There we go. And at the top of the hour, we have a 3-minute ad break, 1 break per hour instead of 1 every 30 minutes. So it's a great time to, stand up, stretch, grab a drink, grab a snack, anything you may need to do there. Got a couple minutes till the ad actually starts here. And in the meantime, if you have not done so, there's a link in the chat for the main YouTube channel. That's where you'll find all the previous time lapses and showcases for projects in the past. And now that we're streaming it, and you can see more of the process than ever before, I'm kind of cutting out those time lapses and just focusing on the showcases on the final projects. So you can catch actually the first sculpt we did on stream, which is the Grumpy Candle. He's got a showcase video up there already. And once we're done with the Jerboa, of course, he'll get one as well. So be sure to sub to the YouTube channel and keep an eye out for those. And I want a link in the chat for the Discord. Best place for all the latest updates on the stream, the channel, any updates to the schedule, upcoming projects, and you can share your artwork in there with us. And we're going to actually talk about that a little bit after the break. So, yeah. Acquiring a cupper. Nice, Rose. Nice. I am going to go grab a granola bar quick. And I will see you guys after the ad break. Thank you so much for being here. I'm going to switch it over to the break screen, and I will see you guys in just a few. About a minute and 50 on the ad break here. So far, I'm happy with the tail tip. Hopefully that continues. We shall see. Brew acquired. Nice, Rose. Nice. I just have a shaker of my titty milk. Don't. No weird looks, chat. It's what it's called. It's gamer subs. It's a mix. It's called titty milk. I didn't name it. And just to clarify, it tastes like blue raspberry. Is it raspberries and cream? Something like that. I don't know. It's good. It just has a really weird name. All right, ad break's almost over. We'll get back to it here.
Welcome back. Let's get to it.
Let's do that. Welcome back, guys. We're going to continue on here, but before we do that, and before I get sidetracked and forget about it, I did want to bring up, I said we'd talk about it here in a minute, as far as sharing art on the Discord. I mentioned in the past that I've seen how great I thought it was that Doomfruit does a weekly art show, and I don't really want to copy his style, but I did throw an art show channel in the Discord. If you have a final piece that you want to show off, we'll try to check in on that each week and showcase, take some time each week to showcase what the community's working on. I'm not entirely sure logistically how we're going to do that just yet, but we'll kind of sort that out as we go. You know, obviously we're brand new at this. Community is very young, so I don't think that we'd have like submissions to sustain like a weekly, like we're gonna block out this section of time to do this. But I think it would be kind of cool just to kind of recognize you guys for what you do, and showcase your work. If you've got, you know, stuff that you're work in progress or you don't necessarily want shared on stream, there's the art gallery channel you can share it in. But the art show channel, if you want it shown on stream, throw it in there and we'll check in on that each week. So that's the whole plan with that. And as far as schedule goes, I'm thinking I'm already in the process of kind of pondering some changes I can make to the schedule. I want to get ideally to a point where I'm streaming 4 days a week. Weekends are probably just not going to happen. There's too many people I enjoy supporting and hanging out with on the weekends that I don't want to be overlapping their streams. And also, I enjoy my time with Minchi. And that's not to say that bonus weekend streams won't happen, but as far as scheduling them for weekends, it's just not ideal for me. Right now in my head, I'm kind of thinking about Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, and kind of rolling with the same kind of time frame, except move Mondays to maybe do an 11 to 3 instead of a 1 to 5. And then do Tuesdays 1 to 5, because I feel like Tuesdays, when we're doing 11 to 3 on Tuesdays, it's always pretty quiet. Maybe if I push it back later in the day, it would kind of help out with that. It's all experimentation. This is all brand new. This whole venture is only just beginning. So just kind of trying to feel it out a little bit, you know? That I don't know why that just reminded me. I wanted to make this some blue tits at some point. Cute little fluffy birds. Yep. Get food. Time to get food. Have a good stream. Take care. All. Miss Diane, you as well. You as well. Thanks for hanging out with us, and enjoy your foods, and have a great rest of your day. If we don't see you beforehand, dude, Joe, it really is. On one hand, it stresses me out to have a schedule. On the other hand, it stresses me out to not have a schedule. So I try to go with the stress that's going to be a little bit more beneficial to everything. You know, like, and that's kind of the idea with the stream schedule, like time frames as well, you know. It's not to say that Monday I will only stream 11 to 3, but I feel better about under promising and over delivering than vice versa, you know. Mondays seem to be pretty great. Like, maybe there's been a few oddball days, Mondays, but overall, I feel like Mondays are pretty banger streams, right? Tuesdays are very chill, always, without exception. It seems like. I don't really know. I think tomorrow I might test out on an 11 to 3 on Wednesdays and see how that goes. I don't want to stream late on Wednesdays because, of course, Andy streams, and it's not to say I want to base everything I do around Andy's stream, but I also recognize there's a lot of overlap within the communities, and I don't want to do that to you guys. And I'm part of that community too, and I like to be there. So it's partially for me as well, you know. I've also been kind of torn on, like, now that I am streaming as regularly and this is actually a thing now. I almost feel like I should kind of pull back a little bit on my chat activity because I don't want to go into other streams and be like, feel like I'm taking over their chat. Because I get excited, man. I get excited and I start talking like crazy. I know this. I recognize this in myself. And I don't ever want it to come across like I'm somebody else's channel trying to pull attention on myself. Because I'm really just genuinely enjoying my time there, enjoying their stream, and having fun chatting. That's it. But I know there's those types out there, and I just don't want to be misconstrued. Need to start adding the odd evening stream or something. Sunday afternoons work for me, but most people don't show up until the last few hours. Yeah, and see, that's the big problem for me. You know, night streams are out of the question right now. If my studio space here were to change in the future, that might also change, but that's a lot of hypotheticals there. I had thoughts of down the road, if this goes some places, I might convert a portion of my basement over to a proper workspace and studio. And then I wouldn't be right next to our bedroom, and I wouldn't have to worry about disturbing Minchie after, 9:30. I could stream after she goes to bed. Because right now, that's the big thing, is just I can't disturb her, you know. I have a few streamers I watch in the evening. There really isn't a day I don't overlap Just gonna have to bite the bullet and pick a day. Yeah. I appreciate the chatters. They keep the stream moving along, even if it's just one person. Yeah, no, not like that. I just, I feel like some people might see. You've seen me over there, Joe. I get excited, man. I'm chatting. I'm just having a good time, you know? But I could see where somebody might think, like, oh, well, if Feral's just over here, you know, whatever. But, like, that's just not the case. I really enjoy Andy's stream and the folks that hang out there. And I just have I have a huge amount of respect for Andy, you know? I think he's an awesome guy. Yeah, that's fair. And you know, I've seen people like that, and I guess that's what I don't want to be misconstrued as, even if I'm not doing that same kind of stuff, you know? I don't even mention my stream over there unless it's pertaining to something we're discussing about, you know, stream stuff, or a project gets brought up or something similar related to something I'm working on. You know, we'll talk about stuff like that, but I also recognize I worry too much, so there's that. I like answering questions and interacting because I'm horrible at starting conversations, but can keep them going. Yeah, I mean, I'm a little terrible at both, I feel like, and it just depends, really. Some things I could carry on a conversation about for hours, you know. Other things, I just don't know where to go with it, I guess. But I find the easiest thing for me when there's no real conversation going, man, is just like I find myself kind of narrating my actions and explaining processes, or I'll get like nobody's saying anything in chat, but I start talking about like why I do this particular thing. And the reason why, what kind of helps with that subconsciously is I retain the VODs for the secondary YouTube channel, you know? So I figure if anybody wants to watch the process afterwards, it's a perfect way to fill that dead air with something that might be beneficial to somebody, you know? You know, we're not like the gamer streamers that can just like sit there and talk about the video game constantly. But to some extent, we do have that opportunity, really. There may be gaps in between, but it's a hard habit to get into, though, when you feel like you're talking to the void, at least for me. Dude, I know what you mean. For me, it's not so much it's a hard habit to get into. It's hard for me to accept it sometimes. Like, I'm just sitting here talking to myself. What am I doing? You know? I could be doing this or this or this, but if I let that method of thinking win, for me personally anyway, I feel like I would have missed out on some opportunities that I've already had here on stream with for growth or for exposure or and you know what? Sometimes I've seen it to where like I was super frustrated, like nobody's here, you know, I'm all by myself, just talking to myself, and it went like that for hours, and I was so ready, like hours go by feeling like, you know, it was 1 hour, but it felt like I've been sitting here for 3. Those kind of days, right? Um, but then I end up like really thankful I didn't end stream because like something awesome happens, you know. Folks come in and we have a great conversation or whatever. Um, it really is crazy how quickly things can change, right? It can go from completely dead and silent to just shit's popping off, right? And I just try to keep that in mind. Just because there's one quiet day doesn't mean I'm a failure. You know what I mean? And I try to remind myself that as a viewer, going into a stream, I don't have a problem going to a stream where like there's not a lot of chat activity. And I don't have a problem sparking conversation with that streamer. In fact, it's a habit that I tend to practice quite often. Maybe I don't have time or the ability to have an extended conversation, but I'll at least pop in and say, hey, like, hey, this is really cool what you're working on or whatever, you know? Um, yeah, it's just, I try to remind myself that I don't like walking into a stream and it's completely silent. You know what I'm saying? If if chat's quiet, that's one thing. But if the streamer's completely silent, then I'm like, all right, next, you know? I mean, I hate to say it, but like most of the time I'm just going to go find a different stream. So I try to keep that in mind and at least bring some engagement from me, even if it's quiet in chat. You know, it's not to say I'm going to talk constantly, but I will chime in and be like, this is what's going on here. This is why I'm doing this. Or because I don't think every single second has to be filled with with speaking, but at the same time, I think it's a good practice to avoid long extended periods of time where you're not saying anything. And with what we do, it's a little bit different too. I mean, I guess gaming has a bit of that when you get like, you know, something demanding, you have to pay attention and focus up, but those things kind of tend to be a little bit more commonplace and extended when it comes to hobby streams, you know, depending on the medium, especially, I suppose. Crazy thing about Twitch, it can go from 0 to 1,000 in a second. Yep. One hype raid will change the whole day. And another thing I remind myself too is I'm doing this for me, you know. The stream is an opportunity for me to learn, to grow, to work. And yeah, it's nice to have people watching and people chatting, hanging out. That's why I do this. It's what makes it fun. But if there's a quiet day, you know what? That's a day for me to really just kind of hone in and focus on what I'm working on. Take the opportunity to get a little bit more work than I would otherwise, not a complaint, but, just I would rather have a project get drawn out because we're having a good time chatting than have every day, able to focus completely on the project. But my point is instead of looking at those like a drawback, just look at it as an opportunity, That's what I try to do. That's not to say it doesn't bother me, and it's easy to get yourself down over, but I think one of the biggest reasons is it's like when you have a quiet day as a streamer, at least in my opinion, it's easy to personalize that. Like people don't like me or people aren't interested in what I'm doing. It's really easy to take that personal, and it's nothing. We're all busy. You know what I mean? We're all busy. The world is crazy, crazy place. I can't myself be everywhere I want to be all at once, or I would be. I absolutely love supporting other streams, man. And a lot of those streams probably don't even hear a peep from me. But I see they're live and I'm there and I'm lurking, you know? Um, I'm really enjoying my time here on Twitch, honestly. Never thought I'd be saying that, but this art community here has impressed me more and more and time again. Definite times where you need to focus when crafting for sure. I do find it helpful to watch back the VODs where I can pay attention to what I'm doing, what the chat's doing, and see areas I need to adjust from a viewer's perspective. Yeah, it's always a good idea. Like, uh, I think that it could become an issue if someone becomes like too critical of themselves in that regard, but like I could see myself easily doing that. But I do watch my stuff back from time to time, and I think it's important to do so. For one, you can catch things that you don't necessarily see when you're live, like whether it be, oh, I didn't realize my mic was clipping, or I didn't realize my audio levels were that low or that high. Things on the fly that you don't necessarily see. And let's be honest, and I get it, this isn't a shot at anybody, but a lot of people don't say things about it, because they just don't want to, they don't want to be that person, like to point out like something's wrong. But like, we need that feedback because a lot of times the only way we know something's not working properly is from the viewer perspective, But I totally understand it. Being the Behringer of bad news sucks. And anybody that streams already knows all too well how frustrating some of those things can be. So when you have to tell somebody like, hey, by the way, you got work to do, it doesn't feel good for anybody, But I'd rather somebody tell me than that problem persist without me knowing, We need a little bit more liquid polymer on this. I'm not gonna be mad at somebody for telling me like, hey man, your mic levels are super low, we could barely hear you. I'd rather know something's wrong so I can fix it than go on in front of an audience looking like an idiot. You know? This one's going to be a problem. I'm going to have to trim some of this off. But my big thing too is I'll be lurking in the evenings, you know. I'll either be working on something in the other monitor or possibly playing some Fallout or something, but this is going to start going a lot quicker at this point, at least a lot quicker than what it has, simply because the spacing is increasing and we'll be working at this spacing for the remainder, which means less pieces, less cutting. And we just got to work back into about here, and then we'll start the blend. And we're going to go underneath with that piece right there. I'm going to cut this side piece off. Okay. The ISO through this whole process, even on the, the whole time we've been doing this across the Jerboa, part of the reason why I'm brushing it down with the ISO is that's going to help kind of make those fur pieces stick together once he's cured, or in the curing process, and just kind of make it a little bit more structurally sound. Plus, it just kind of helps smooth it out, of course. I'd love to have a little, like, the hair kind of flaring out on the tail. I think it would look phenomenal if we did a little bit of that. My concern is with the positioning of the tail where it's at. I don't want it to be prone to chipping, like little pieces chipping off. You know, it's cast clay, it's more flexible, but it's not impervious to breaking. So all right, make some more fur pieces. We'll go with a full plate this time. Oh, that's right. Let's dry this off and let it sit a minute just for any excess isopropyl alcohol to kind of evaporate. My intention is to definitely finish the tail today, and I'll get him baked. That way we don't have to worry about messing that up. And then tomorrow and Thursday will be toes, which will be something. He's got 3 toes. Middle one's rather large. It'll protrude about an inch off of the base of that. And then the other 2 toes will kind of come off from the sides. And we'll try to get it at least to a form, like a base form tomorrow, so we can get scale on our claws, and I can make the claws and get them baked for Thursday. Because I just prefer having solid claws to insert, like we did with the paws here. It just works nicer, in my opinion. Who's excited for Deadpool next weekend? Anyone? I can't freaking wait, man. I'm glad we got Twisters this weekend to at least bide us some time and give us something to do to pass the time. We're going to go see Twisters. But God, I cannot wait for Deadpool. We'll probably go see it next Friday morning to avoid the crowds. I love the theater. I hate when the theater's busy. If people could behave in the theater, I wouldn't mind it so much, but we always end up in the theater with the asshole on his cell phone, or the kids that are talking and won't shut the hell up, and the parents that just let them do that. And that is what ruins cinema for me. But I've always been big into film, and always enjoyed the theater experience. So I do hope it survives. I do hope theaters make it through. It kind of feels like summer blockbusters are on the return. I'm glad to see that for sure. Air hockey table's not working. That also ruins it for me. Yeah, I don't mess with the arcade at ours. It's tiny and they never really have much to choose from. I'm also looking forward to Beetlejuice too. I hope it's good. I would say I don't think Michael Keaton would sign on to it unless it was good, but also we had Flash, so that movie was atrocious. This is another artist I've been really appreciating lately. I always thought Prince's music was good, of course, but dude was kind of a genius, huh? Like watching him on a live performance is kind of otherworldly, really. Like you want to see somebody in their element, look no further, you know. All right, let's see how many of these fur pieces make it off of the plate here. Oh, perfect. Look at that. Perfect. It's almost like I know what I'm doing. Almost. That one just wanted to be stubborn and prove me wrong. Didn't need to prove anything. We all know I don't know what I'm doing.
I have no idea what I'm doing, but I know I'm doing it really, really well.
Exactly. Okay. Another round. Let's get these guys on here. Basically working about 50% overlap on this at this point. And spin them around. Yeah, let's get that. I think the next couple days, or maybe just the final day. I don't know. I wanna get the ARC soundtrack for one of our final days here on this project. Of course, we probably have, I don't know, at the very minimum, 20 hours of painting ahead of us. Between the base and the Jerboa itself. Spoon! And the spoon. And the spoon. If only the spoon could save us from the painting. Hey, let's not do that. Face down, ass up. Let's go, Jerboa. Gotta get this. Trying to get a few of these perfect lines to not be so straight, you know. We don't want that. Not to be a consistency anyway. There we go. Like if they double up a few times, that's fine. But now we gotta go underneath again. This is gonna be the worst portion of all of this whole section of tail. No! Are you serious? Need a little bit more liquid polymer clay on here. All right. We're going to get a little bit of extra overlap in this next layer just to kind of bulk it a little bit right there in the center, and then we'll be working our way back out. That's going to get set aside. We're going to make a whole new plate. We've got an ad break coming up in about 10 minutes. We're really going to step it up here. And movement, because we got some work to do. A little bit. Granted, it's going to go a lot faster than it started out today, but 3 hours, chat. Not at all a time-consuming process at all. Time to stop doing the thing. Yep. We're gonna try to get another plate of this done before we gotta stop before the next ad, and then we'll really try to push progress here between the next two, or between this break and the next. And when the ad break comes on, I gotta get the dog her meds, so. And honestly, I'm kind of glad that break's coming up because I need to stand up and stretch. Need to do a little bit better job getting through the clay on my cuts here. They've been, not that it matters too much with this area, but they've been kind of sticking together. Haven't been getting the cut all the way through. All right, one more. Coming off pretty good now. Okay. Cut off the excess. We're really cutting it close on the brake, but we'll keep going until Atticus tells us to stop. Hey, Stevie. Thought my phone was ringing then. Wait, what? Was it your ringtone, this song? Yeah, folks, linked in the chat there. Stevie Seal, another streamer here on Twitch. Definitely show some love. Go check out his stream. Drop a follow, all that good stuff. This is my ringtone. Nice. Yeah, that threw you for a loop there, huh? Stevie, I hope you're doing well, man. Hope the week's treating you well. Oh, right. You know what? We'll wait until after the break. Then we need to hit them with some more liquid Sculpey, and we'll continue on. A little look at the tails thus far. And like I said, we'll be working this process back to about here today. And then this portion will be the blend. And then tomorrow and Thursday, we'll be working on the feet and see how far along we get with that. But the feet will be the final portion of the sculpt. Once the feet are done, he is on to painting. Can you believe it? I know I can't. This is the biggest project I've ever done in all senses, scale, the time frame, all of that. Over 100 hours on this project. Thanks, Stevie. Really, really happy with him, man.
It's time to take a short break. Stand up, stretch and hydrate.
All right, you heard the man, or the bird. It is that time, folks. Before we do that, though, let me throw some links in the chat. Ad break coming up in 2 minutes. 1 3-minute break each hour. And thank you guys for being here. There is a link in the chat to our channel's main YouTube channel. That is where you'll find all the time lapses and showcases from projects past. And any projects that we're working on stream will get a showcase video there as well. For now, I'm putting a little bit of a halt on the condensed time lapses just because you see more of the process than ever before now that I'm streaming it. And I'm on the FeralMoonTV YouTube channel. I am putting up individual playlists for each project in its entirety. So if you want to, you can literally go watch the creation of the Jerboa from start to finish. 100+ hours of content there for you. Have fun. Good luck. See you soon. But yes, it is there. So yeah, check those out. Also linked in the chat is the Discord, best place for all the latest updates on the stream, the channel, when I'm going live, any changes to the schedule, all that good stuff. Plus, you can share your artwork in there. We love to see it, so be sure to share it with us and let us know when you're going live or if you've got a new video up. All of that's in there for you guys. So thank you guys so much for being here. Like I said, I've got a 3-minute ad coming up in about 45 seconds. Now is a fantastic time to stand up, stretch, grab a drink, grab a snack, hit the head, any of that good stuff, anything you may need to do. I am going to go give the dog her meds, get a little stretch in, and when I come back, we will very much be continuing on the tail. My intention is to get this finished up today. So the tail, that is, not the jerboa. Wouldn't that be nice? Crap blew up at work? Oh no, like literally? Or just got busy? Hopefully just got busy. And no worries, Joe. No worries, man. We're just about to go into an ad break. I'm going to get the dog her meds, and then we'll be right back to it. So yeah, there it comes. Any second now. I will see you guys here momentarily. Train's blocked. And hey, why we got about 1:45 on the ad break. I'll show you guys some of the new stuff I added to the stream that you haven't, well, if you haven't seen, there's new stuff that's always there, but here's some new channel redemptions. We've got, first and foremost, this guy. Here you go, Stevie. You can boop some noses now. Boop. And we got this one.
Oh, that's hot. That's hot.
Atticus hates it when you push his buttons, though. So just be careful. He might peck you a little bit. I'll be adding some more eventually. I have some ideas. I just haven't got there yet. And hey, if you guys ever have any ideas, feel free to share in Discord. I'd love to hear. I'm not going to say I'll make it happen, but I can definitely try, you know?
Welcome back. Let's get to it.
Okay. Little smoke screen. Sorry. Boop. Oh, I love it. That little bounce at the when he that's perfect. Little hand goes into position and then a little bounce. You missed him? You don't want to put too much liquid polymer on, because then it just becomes a soupy mess and everything slides around worse than it already does. So I just try to spread it on thin. Where are we at here? We're going to start back at the top. Right. I was going to do... Okay. That should do it. A little bit more overlap than before. See how much that's sliding around, even with that little bit? Once you get it kind of smeared in, it's good, but... It's kind of got to be careful at first. So Stevie, how's the shed coming along, man? Are you winning or is the shed winning? It's still there, it's a draw. Yeah. One step at a time, right? That's what I keep trying to remind myself with all the things that I want to get done. Of course, it helps if I start one of those steps at all, but I really need to break down and do some work in my kitchen and then check that off my list so I feel better about moving on to some other things. But I am just in no hurry to paint more. When I bought my house, man, I went hard with a rather extensive amount of painting, ceilings, trim, walls, the whole 9 yards. And oh my, it burnt me out to the point where years later, I'm still, I shudder at the thought, much less the time that it will take, and having to try to fit that in with this kind of stuff. 90% of the kitchen, unless we decide to replace cabinets, I will be doing myself. But other projects I have in mind, I think I'm just going to have, much as it pains me to even think about dealing with contractors again. Probably just have somebody else come in. You know, one of those like is my time more valuable than my money kind of thing. My time insanity, I should say. I enjoy the finished product, but I am not a fan of the process when it comes to those types of projects. I'm good at painting and cutting in, etc., but I don't enjoy it. Yeah, same, Joe. Same. I'm good at painting and everything, but I don't enjoy it. Not in the least bit. Now, I say painting, I mean like that kind of painting. I don't consider myself good at this kind of painting, and it's one of the things that I want to improve. I do a serviceable job, but there's things I want to really improve on when it comes to this stuff. Like that freaking guy I keep seeing on Instagram. That's like, he's like got a piece of paper there and it looks like Goku. And he's like, look at my drawing. Oh, wait, it's not a drawing. It's actually a 3D sculpt, print, whatever, that's painted. And it looks like it's drawn. Like, what is this? What is this witchcraft? Have you seen, anybody seen those? My God. That's insane. It's painted and it looks like a 2D drawing. And it's just it's so wild. Not TikTok, on Instagram. I don't do TikTok either. TikTok is a scourge on society, in my opinion. Painted his room, my room, bathroom, stairs, the landings, utility room, finally the kitchen. Yeah, man. Ugh. You got banned from Insta? What did you do, Stevie? Raising hell on Instagram, sir. Most of my Insta feed is people trying to sell me jewelry. I saw a clip the other day, and it was like artists trying to sell their work in the world we live in today, essentially. And it was like, volcanoes erupting and shit, and then it had Tom Hanks superimposed from Castaway, like, "Hello, anybody?" Saw some pretty great memes over the weekend, to be honest, but I won't be sharing them. Yeah, best not, I suppose. Account got hacked and it won't let me create a new account unless I change. That's annoying. That sucks, man. I'm sorry you're dealing with that. And of course, I'm sure their support is like zero help at all, huh? Oh, that's coming together quickly. Okay. I think we're going to go back to our normal spacing after that one. And that'll really help us move right along here. Do we even have, I think everybody, we got some folks from Canada, UK. I don't know if we even have anybody in here from the US, do we? I was telling a friend, and Menchie also for that matter, recently, like, I'm feeling a lot better about, like, you know, just chatting and really like connecting with people and stuff recently. And I said, I have to wonder if that has anything to do with the fact that I speak to more like Europeans and folks outside of the US on a daily basis than I do Americans in like a week or more. I wonder if that's why. I feel a little out of place here. I'm not going to lie. I have something to do with it. Yeah, yeah. I imagine it might. You know, I don't seem to have quite as good of an experience with people when I leave my house, so that might say something. Sorry, Americans, I'm not hating. I'm just making a observation. And I know better than to generalize. I know there's plenty of others out there that feel just like I do. But what a wild world. That is one of the things that I love about the internet. As much as I hate how we've taken its potential and squandered it in many cases, I feel like it's really cool, man, that we can like meet people from the other side of the planet. You know what I mean? And like form general, like not general, genuine like friendships with people that we've never met in person. I know people online that I've known for 10 years, man. And like 10 years or more, as a matter of fact. And like some of the best people I've ever met, you know, never seen them face to face, but like consider them just as much a friend as somebody that lives here locally. You know what I mean? And I've always been fond of that element of the internet. I used to be a little bit more optimistic when it came to social media, but then social media said, "Hey, wait, there's no reason to be optimistic here. Don't be mistaken." Off the edge of that, that was a little messy. Hold my beer. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the only social media I have nowadays is Instagram and through Instagram threads. I tried to hold on to Twitter, but I just could not do it anymore. What a cesspool that place is. And for a time, I was actually posting shorts of the showcases on TikTok. And you know, they would get some views and stuff, but like honestly, it felt pretty pointless. So I haven't touched that in ages, and I don't have it on my phone. I don't even get on TikTok anymore, so and honestly, the real reason is like I just don't see the appeal. I mean, there's some cool stuff on TikTok, but I'd be lying if I said most of the time when I'd open that app, most of the time I'm scrolling, it's just me like perplexed as to why the hell anybody enjoys this bullshit. It's just like the most brain dead, the dumbest garbage I've ever seen in my life. And I don't have time for that. I only use Insta and Facebook, and both primarily for business purposes. Seriously considering just deactivating my Facebook account. Yeah, I got rid of Facebook a long time ago, and at one point I was actually considering getting a Facebook account for this and this stuff alone. But even people that had Facebook were like, "Why?" I was like, "Oh, all right, never mind." Like I even waited to get a Quest. I got my Quest 2 headset, you know. But I even waited for that to not require a Facebook account because I wasn't about to create a Facebook account, not a personal one. I have to upgrade my Quest 2 to a Quest 3 so I can play this VR Batman game, assuming it's any good. Hey chat, hold on just a second. Let me see what I just heard. It's just my dog doing shit he knows better than to do. You need to come back off of there. We're gonna trim this like very distant strand. There's a gap there. Okay. All right. Moving right along here. Nope. Let's try that again. And let's go ahead and get another one on there real quick. Nope.
Oh, are you serious?
There we go. Much residue on the tool? No, I could probably use a little bit more liquid polymer on there. Yeah, it's just kind of a dry spot. There's some there. But probably could use a little bit more. The problem is as we're working back, we're scraping away some of it, you know? So I have to continuously add a little bit more. Really are moving right along here, though. Getting very close to the blending portion. A little bit more on the back side, of course, just because of the nature of the angle, but in fact, yeah. We'll just keep doing what we're doing for right now. Come on. No. That was entirely on me. Bit of an awkward spot there, chat. Sorry. Okay. We're going to focus a little bit on the top and the sides to kind of get us even with the back side there where the bend is. That's a good tune. Who is this? Ah, Curtis Mayfield. Okay. All right. Scrape this off. Let's get some more fur, and let's keep this momentum going here as we close in on the finishing portion of the tail fur. A little bit of ways to go yet, but not much. It'll go faster than you think. And then we'll just repeat some of that blending process that we used for the cheeks. And I'll go ahead and make a full plate of these because we'll probably need them. Honestly, I could go with a whole playlist of music just like this. Anyone else? Throwing some Otis Redding, Marvin Gaye. Right? Good tune indeed. This whole playlist, man, like for a prefab playlist that I found, it's been phenomenal. Been listening to this for a couple weeks now because it's just been so good. In fact, I shit you not, I listened to this playlist when I was driving yesterday. You like this? Might like Loop Pride coming home in the morning. Is it I don't know if I've heard of it. Is it classic rock or what are we talking? What's the name of this? Move On Up, Curtis Mayfield. I knew that, but that's going to go on my other playlist for sure. Funk soul similar to this. Nice. I'll let's look it up. I've heard enough Boston for multiple lifetimes. Give me a second. All right, what do we got here? By the way, found a YouTube music app for PC. I think somebody wrote it as a web app. So yeah, super nice not to have to use the browser for the music. All right, what are we looking for? Lou Pride. Coming home in the morning. You know, one of the best soundtracks that's come out for films in recent years, the Baby Driver soundtrack is just chock full of phenomenal music. Yep. We're getting to the point where we need to wipe this thing down again. All right. Yeah, that was one of my biggest complaints about YouTube Music is there's no PC app. You have to use just through the browser. So how I have things set up for audio on the stream, I would have to set, I was using a separate browser just for stream stuff so that I could divert the audio in the manner that I need to. But I found this third-party YouTube Music app, so and that's actually how the on-screen. Now, why does that not reflect what's actually playing? In fact, why does it still say it's playing Boston? It says that on the app itself. That's interesting. Maybe because I hit play now? I don't know. Yeah, I dig me some funk, soul, R&B, all that good stuff. Even some Motown from back in the day, man. That's good stuff. All right, let's see if we can. Oh, you know what? It just picked right up where it was with the playlist. Very cool. Then they woke up. Was that a sports ball game? Is there a sports ball game going on? The song's goofy, but I like it. It's the band is what their name is. The band. What's the band's name? The band? No, what's their name? Seriously, it's the band. Well, yeah, but what's their name? Football clubs around here. Skegness is like an amateur team, and Boston is semi-pro. Gotcha. Boston. There's also a band called The Music. The original Boston. Uh-huh. Did they drop the R's in original Boston also? Cars become cars. Oh boy, this is taking longer than I thought it would, but it's coming together better than I thought I would. And we're close. I'd rather it take longer than I thought than be a struggle like I thought. It's full of immigrants now, so possibly. The American Boston accent's pretty great. And I tend to pick up accents real quick. Like if I go down south, man, if I spent a few days down south, I would come back. It would be ridiculous. I don't know why. It's just I had a friend in high school that had a stutter, and I started picking up his damn stutter. I don't know what it is. I just pick shit like that up. Like subconsciously. I don't know. But I always wanted to go spend some time in Boston just to pick up the accent. Hey playlist, what you doing there? You all right? That's not right. I think we broke it, chat. I think we broke it. This is not right. This is not it. What did we do, man? Play. What in the hell? It only wants to play that song now. Let's see if this fixes it. There we go. There we go. That's it. It's right on screen too, right? Yep. Okay. Yeah, it was real strange. It was showing like the wrong information on screen, but that's because it was showing the wrong information on the music player. And it just wanted to play that one song on repeat. Stevie, I don't remember if you got to see a good look at Jeb's paws or not. Had fun with those. Really happy with how they turned out too, and I was getting kind of worried after Tuesday's struggling. Mobile can't read it. Too small. Yeah. I might be able to make that a little bit bigger, honestly. No. Why won't you cooperate? Come on now. Good song. Good song. I didn't realize the tail was out of frame. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to make do here. Jess Faraspi. Farasp? Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day today. I'm going to take that little dangler off because we don't need no dangly bits. They just get in the way and cause problems. Okay, we're gonna have to turn them upside down. Assume the position, Jerboa. Oh, oh. George Harrison? Yeah. Where did my music player go? There we go. All right, another round of fur. We're gonna spray this off real quick because it's starting to stick again. And we'll let that sit for just a moment for the ISO to evaporate. Four hours on the stream today. Working on this. Like I said, folks, highly recommend.
It's time to take a short break.
Oh, well, perfect.
Stand up, stretch and hydrate.
Highly recommend this process. Just be prepared. It is very, very time consuming. And you want to take that time because you don't want to rush it. You're going to end up with weird lines in your fur. It's nice to take the extra time just to kind of work the fur so it's not all mushed in a straight line. You know, you get a little bit of deviation in the flow. Really happy with this guy. I'm glad that I didn't chicken out on this project. Really happy. All right, so we got an ad break coming up in about a minute and a half. Guys, thank you so much for being here. 3-minute ad break once an hour. Of course, we don't do the 30-minute breaks now. And I feel like personally, it's a lot better this way. And I think you guys seem to agree, so we'll probably be keeping it as such. So thank you guys for hanging out with me. We'll continue on after the ad break and finish up what we're working on today so I can get him in the oven so he's ready for toast tomorrow. That being said, before we get into the ad break, going to throw a couple links at you real quick. One to the main YouTube channel where you can find condensed time lapses and showcases for all projects past and showcases for our current and future projects as well. You can also join us in the Discord, best place for all the latest updates on the stream, any announcements, any changes to the schedule, discussions on upcoming projects, and we love to see your artwork as well, so you can share it in there. And let us know if you're going live or have any videos coming out. We love to see it. So thank you guys so much for being here. We're going to roll that ad break here momentarily whenever it decides to start. And then we'll be back and continue on and finish this guy up today. Thank you guys so much for being here. Grab a drink, grab a snack, stand up, stretch, all that good stuff. I'm going to be doing the same because a good stretch each hour is very nice and it's helpful. And I will see you guys in just a few. 2.5 minutes, and we'll be right back to it. Thank you guys for understanding. I'd rather not roll these ads, but you know how it is. I don't think we need to explain that much at this point anymore. I think everybody understands the nature of Twitch. But I do think that the one break each hour, as opposed to a minute and a half every 30 minutes, is much better. Certainly helps the flow of the project, helps me keep track of it, and it gives me a nice little stretch break too. Ah, finally we get to listen to this song. This is one of the ones that said it was playing and it wasn't. And you know what? Just to save us some time, I'm going to go ahead and start pulling out some of those clay bits for the fur while we wait on the ad break, guys. Nothing you guys haven't seen a million times by now, so. I would like to, man, we should have kept a tally. The next project we do this on, chat, let's put a little tally there. How many pieces of fur go on? It'll be obnoxious to track, but I think it'd be interesting. And then we could say like, yeah, this thing took X amount of hours and has X amount of pieces of fur on it.
Welcome back. Let's get to it.
Let's do just that. Welcome back, everybody. As I told the folks not in an ad break, I went ahead and started pulling some clay out for these fur bits just to save us some time. Nothing you guys haven't seen like 100 million times, you know. And it kind of hit me, the next time we do this fur process on a project, we need to have a counter in place that we can track how many pieces of fur I put on. That would be interesting to see. Like how many do you think, how many of these do you think is on that guy? Too many? Too many for my sanity. Now I wish I knew. Yeah, we'll stop with that. And I'll repeat one of the things that anybody that might be new here or never used or seen this process before, just a little tip. When you get about the midway point, kind of change your angle, you know, kind of go with the flow as you're cutting. Like you'll see, I'm kind of going with a left to right curve. And then once I get in the middle, it's a straight down line. And then I'll kind of change my direction there. It really just kind of helps, I've noticed, with the flow of the fur. Because I think one of the biggest problems people run into when they try this method, and thankfully it's not something that I experienced myself, we had to learn some other lessons along the way. But one of the things that we did not have a problem with was getting stacked lines of fur, you know, where you could see it in lines. And thank God for that. We did not have that issue. I got lucky, I guess, on my approach. I don't know. And it's not a technique that I want to use on one project after another for sure. Definitely need breaks in between. But I will be using this process again in the future on at least a couple projects. Yeah, I'll venture to say a few projects. Because, of course, at some point I do want to sculpt a jackalope. That would be fun. And that got pushed way back after this guy, just because it's going to be so similar in nature. It's not something I want to do anytime soon. Just to kind of keep things fresh for myself and for you guys. But at some point. And then another thing I want to sculpt is a critter from the Critters movie in the 80s using this method. I also very much want to sculpt a 10 to 12 inch tall rocket raccoon because I love him. He's my spirit animal. And we will be using this technique whenever that day comes. Oh, that one sucks. Get out of here. All right, trim them up. And we'll get back to fur placement. Let's go ahead and get the little dangler bit off there. We don't need that. In the home stretch for the day here. Another little dangly bit. Let's get him out. All right. Now, once again, we're going to work our way through the back here just a little bit to kind of even up where they're at on both sides. Looks like we got plenty of liquid polymer clay on there still, so. Oh dear. That's fine. Okay. I'm going to go ahead, cut these two short guys off there. They're just going to get in the way. They don't overlap, so we would need this piece to overlap it, which would cause unnecessary bulking. So I'll just trim them off instead. Sorry for the camera shake there. Bumped the camera rig with the paintbrush. My bad. Come on, split up. We don't need them all split apart completely, but we certainly don't want them all stuck together. There we go. Good enough. Okay. And I'm going to keep working my way around and then. Thanks, Richie. Yep, we're getting close here. A little bit awkward in some places, but not too terrible. Certainly not any more awkward than those arms were. I definitely, in the future, will be making the tail its own piece. And then just attach it after the fact, you know. But I suppose it kind of depends on the tail itself, so. All right, we'll put one right in there, right beside the one we just placed. And let's go ahead and switch cameras because, like, regardless, I'm going to be in the way, but this is probably the better angle of the two. All right, we're going to flip him. I just cannot see. Brush. There we go. And some more fur pieces. Yeah, Richie, I was saying the next time I do a project using this fur process, it would be tedious as hell, but it would be kind of cool to have a tracker for how many fur pieces go on. Like, I'm very curious how many of those pieces this guy has across his entire body at this point. You know what I mean? Like, it's easy to quantify hours because we have VODs, and that's easy to add up, and then I can just throw in a rough estimate of the time that I spent off stream, which is limited in comparison. But like for this, now I'm really intrigued. Like, I want to know how many pieces I've made. That'd be tough to keep track of. Yeah, it would. It would have to basically only count once it's on and on for good. And I would either have to continuously hit a button or have someone just on standby to track it for me, but maybe one day, maybe it's a fun little thing we could do. Who knows? We'll see. We've got some time before I ever do this again, so. Like, I could easily set up a +1 function on my tablet here, and I would just have to reach over and hit the button every time, but I'm gonna go ahead and make a full plate of them, guys. I want to make sure got enough to work with here, because we are very much coming into the end here on this process. And then it'll just be a blend, and then we'll be good to call it a day. After you cut them, before you place them would be with the time, hit the button. Yeah, but see, the thing is like, that would be easy to lose count too, just simply because so many times I've placed one and then had to take it off, you know? It'd be like, we'd have to count one as I'm putting on the next one or something. I don't know. Just to make sure that one stays, you know? It would definitely take some focus, because too often I'm swapping pieces out or removing a piece that I'm not happy with. I'm going to cut that. Be too much distraction. Yeah. Yeah, as I said, it'd be a really tedious process to try to track, but it would certainly be interesting. And it would be kind of cool to be like, there are exactly X number of pieces of fur on this sculpt. It would also kind of help future planning, like, oh, this project was this size. It took this many hours and this many pieces to complete. So this project would take, you know, roughly this amount. But at the very least, at least I have some time reference moving forward. All right. Will this be our last round of fur? I don't know. I'm not sure. I really wish they'd stop tearing. I know that much. Oh, you bastard. Don't worry, Ozzy. We all are. Okay. I need a little nicotine. Bad habits, you know. Want to drop that bad habit at some point, but now seems like not a good time to do that. What are you using to display the music you're playing? It's from like 6K Labs or something like that. I can try to send you a link. Actually, if you want to send me a DM asking me the question so I don't forget, and I'll get that to you, Richie. It's a nice little customization thing too. Like you can change a lot of the things about the little player here. You wait for the parts you worked on to dry before continuing. Jess, this is a polymer clay. If you're familiar with Sculpting brand or Fimu, is it Fimu? Something like that, whatever. Same idea. You know, it does not air dry. It is heat cured, and even the same temperature as Sculpey. You bake it for 275 for about 30 minutes for each 1/4 inch of thickness. And I'll tell you what I do here in a moment, but this is called Cos clay, and it is a polymer clay. However, as opposed to Sculpey, which is what I used to use before this project, this is the first project I've ever done not with either exclusively or predominantly using Sculpey. This stuff cures more like rubber. Like this has been baked. If this was baked with Cos clay, or I'm sorry, Sculpey, I wouldn't dare do this because it would just break. But there's still flex in this, right? Almost like a rubbery consistency. And other than that, it's basically the same. Yeah, very cool stuff. I love this. This project was really intimidating going into it and starting out because I've never sculpted an animal before. And with the exception of like using it for hands on sculptures that were otherwise made with Sculpey, that's the only extent that I've used Cos clay was like little bits and pieces where I felt like it could use a little flexibility. And not only that, it's my first time using this method for fur. So I was pretty nervous coming into this. And then when we started out using the Cos clay, I'm like, oh, I don't know. This is real soft. I don't know if I can do this. And then I got a feel for it, and I absolutely love this stuff. It blends like butter. It smooths very, very easily. Yeah, this stuff's great. That's a wee bit more expensive than Sculpey, but not by much. Like maybe $1 or $2 per pound. And I'd rather spend the extra money and know that all the time and energy that I put into something is a little bit more stable. That's worth it to me, you know. Well, thank you, Jess. I appreciate it. I'm really happy with how he's turning out. He only caused me one small mental break towards the beginning. That's all. Right, chat? Just a little one. At one point, when we were starting out this fur process, I don't know, man. I didn't think I was going to be able to get through this and stay sane, but I've learned to love the process, as tedious as it may be. Again, not something I want to do for every project, but I'll be using this technique again, so can't be all that bad, right? Now, will it be a project this big? Nah, I don't think I would do something this big again with this much fur. That's not like broken up by anything. You know, when I do Rocket, he's going to be wearing a costume, right? So a lot of his body is covered. We won't have to worry about the fur. And that's going to be a while. We probably will save that for a 2025 project, maybe. I just don't know if we can fit it in. As much as I'd love to have Rocket made right now, I think he's just going to have to wait. Mostly because I don't want to undertake any large projects moving into the spooky season. I want to make sure we can have some fun with some spooky season projects. I do need a small little piece, so I'm going to take the worst of the bunch. I think that might be this guy. I'm going to slice that off. We're going to plop that in right in that little gap right there. That'll put us on an even playing field across the rest there. Gotta pick him up again though. Jerboa's got to assume the position once more. We're gonna need some more fur, chat. Always more. Not much, but definitely a few more pieces because we need to get down in this region for the blend. Well, very hard to see from here. Yeah, I had to like duck down underneath the camera rig to even see. Okay, let's see. A little bit more ISO to get those kind of caked down. You don't want to go in with heavy ISO because it's going to weaken your little strands. They'll snap. But once you get them in place, I tend to go over them with a little bit of a heavier ISO loaded brush just to kind of, like I said before earlier in the stream, just to kind of help them kind of stick stick together. All right, we got one more. Where should we put it? I think we should put it underneath. Once again, Jerboa, assume the position here so we can get this clay on. Yeah, that'll... Nope. Just trying to make sure it's up against that. That's gonna have to do. Good thing it's fine. Also, any repeats in songs today, I do apologize. Playlist started acting goofy, so we had to restart. Okay, let's first of all get a pair of tweezers and get that beard hair out of there. Like I said, my maker's mark may as well be a strand of DNA at this point. You know, buy one Jerboa, get 110 beard hairs for free or something. I don't know. They always get in the way, you know? Okay, let's get another plate of these guys. This clay's pretty cold now. This should be all that we need, if not more than we need. So, should be sitting good after this. And once we get that all on there, I'll put some, maybe put some little bits and pieces to help with the blend, and then the blend shouldn't be too terrible. You guys have seen it. Much more strenuous spots even. Yeah, our next project is going to seem like absolutely nothing compared to this. My goodness. Kind of nice, though. Kind of nice to just bust out a project and be done with it. Nice little change of pace, you know? Break up the monotony. Might even have a little sketch stream in between this project and the next. We'll see. I don't know how I feel about that yet. Not sure I'm at a point where I feel comfortable trying to improve my drawing on stream, especially since I already hate where I'm at because it's been so long since I used to draw. I used to draw all the time, and I was pretty good at it. But then I got into digital graphics and stuff like that. I really just stopped drawing. And I hate that. Hey, Gundy, welcome in. Happy Tuesday to you. Hope you're having a good day. Gundy, guess what? Today is the last day I'll be doing this for a while until we do a project that calls for it again. There may be a few bits and pieces for the toes, but I won't even count that because it's going to be super minimal if I even do that. So we'll just say today is the last day I'm going to be making fur. I'm doing good though, man. Doing good. Definitely an improvement today. Yesterday I was just sore and foggy headed after pretty high anxiety on over the weekend. Not in a place where I felt comfortable trying to stream and not sound like I was just completely blah, you know? Hell, I don't even think I would have been in a place where I would made much headway on this. I just was not feeling very lively. I bet you have nightmares where you just sit and sculpt for the whole time. Nah, it's not that bad. I mean, I'm ready for a break from it for sure. But I've gotten over it, you know, like I said, it drove me to nearly having a little mental break, you know, jokingly. But now that I've gotten comfortable with it, it is what it is. It's not something I want to do with every project, but it's not a bad process. Just so slow, you know. Jerboa's looking awesome. Well, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yep, after today, we'll have feet to do. And then he's off to painting. What is today? 28 days? 28 streams of this guy? A lot of streams. Especially because I don't stream every day of the week. Okay, let's finish this. We are approaching the end of my patience here for this today, so been working at it about 5 hours. Thank God we're finishing the fur. Like I said, I might put a few bits and pieces on his toes, but it'll be little tiny small bits, you know. And mostly for the purpose of blending anyway, so nothing substantial. You know what? We're gonna start right here. And I'm gonna pull that off of there for a minute because I want to go back a little bit further than that. Like that ballpark. I mean, I hope this is all the fur we need. We'll see. Might surprise me and need a little bit more. I will say it's not getting any easier on this regard. That's not gonna work. Not gonna work. We need it closer. Why is this so difficult? Stop. Thank you. Sorry, Jerboa. Didn't mean to hit your face on the microphone. Okay. That's gonna have to do. Pain in the ass. And I gotta go right back to that spot. Jesus. There's just no good way. There's a better way, but not a good way. All right, we need to spend the time and go ahead and get these strands in place. That's another tip. Don't go too far in advance. Work with what you got before you start putting on a bunch more. It gets messy otherwise. Then you end up having to strip whole sections off. That's no fun. Ask me how I know. But Pharaoh, how do you know? Well, you see, of those hundreds plus hours, there's at least probably half a dozen hours spent in there redoing entire sections. King Louis VII. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day today. I'm going to cut off that short little chunky bit because that'll, like I said, those just end up getting in the way. I think I hear a Menchie. Yeah, we might need a few more strands here. But we are very, 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 very close to finished here. Yeah, I'd say probably one more plate and we're good. And we probably won't even need all of that, I don't think. Hi, I heard you. I did. You can ask Chad. I said I hear a Menchie. How was your day? Oh, you're looking at it. This is what I've been doing for the last 5 hours. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I'm gonna finish this up so I can bake it and have it done for tomorrow, so. Well, at least I know if I need to do a lion's tail, I can do that too. And we got another ad break. I thought that was going to be the final ad break, and here we are an hour later still working on this. Well, we won't be hitting another ad break after this, I'll tell you that much, chat. We'll be finishing it up before the next ad break. I do need to go to the restroom, so that ad break could hurry up a little bit. Huh? Nope, you need to get squished. There you go. Gonna go with a little bit of overlap right there on that corner. Got a little bit of a potential problem spot here. I need to see if I can fix before. I think I just did. Too much ISO. Gotta be careful with that. Okay, what do we got? Ad break starting very soon. Why hasn't Atticus said anything yet? I feel like
It's time to take a short break. Stand up, stretch and hydrate.
Oh, yeah, sure. Now that I call you out, you got to say something. All right, folks. Last ad break of the day. We are going to be finishing this up after the ad break. Basically, a few more little strips of fur, and then we'll start in on the blend, which shouldn't take too terribly long. And then we'll call it a day on him for the day today. And then the plan is to get back to things tomorrow, hopefully, if nothing comes up. And we'll start working on those toes. Okay. Of course, I'll give him a bake tonight before we do any work tomorrow. But yeah, we'll finish this up here in just a few. Once again, thank you guys so much for being here and hanging out today. And if you're new here, I'm going to throw some links in the chat for you. One is for the main YouTube channel that's in the chat right now. That's where you can find all the condensed time lapses and showcases for projects past. And all future projects will be getting showcases on the channel as well. And you can actually check out the showcase video for our Grumpy Candle, which was sculpted. But right before him, he was our first sculpt, this being our second on stream. And you can find plenty of other projects that we worked on specifically for the YouTube channel before I started streaming. So that's there. And you can join us in the Discord, linked in the chat. Best place for all the latest updates on the stream, the channel, any changes to the schedule, all that good stuff. We'd love to see you there. But thank you guys again for being here. Give me just a few. We got 3 minutes of ads coming up. And then we'll be finishing up our task of the day, this tail. I'll see you then. Thank you guys. Such a pro. I really look. I mean, Richie, someone should pay me for this. Really. Nobody can stammer over words quite like I do. I'll tell you. All right, once again, I'm going to go ahead and save us a little bit of time and start pulling out some of these fur pieces, a few that we'll need. And Richie, I went ahead and sent you that link. I just wanted to double check, make sure I had that right. No worries. No worries. You're welcome.
Welcome back. Let's get to it.
We shall. Welcome back, folks. I went ahead. Oop, that's a bad one. Went ahead and started with these guys. You can't say that anymore, guy. Yeah. Couple few more here. I'm gonna go ahead and just trim that off because it's bad. Yeah, I'm getting hungry, chat. But there's work to be done. We must finish this. And these ones we'll go ahead and cut when we cut the excess off there. I'll leave a little bit more than I normally do. And that's simply for blending purposes. Gonna hit the, uh-oh. Up, up, oh. So close, Rose. Mine was way off. You're fired. Don't worry. I like hardly ever hit the target except on my own stream. I think it's rigged. Okay, let's see. I know we got a little bit of a gap to fill on the back side, so let's go ahead and flip him over. And I don't think it's very easy to see from either angle, but we'll go with this one. I feel like it's probably the best of the two for this. And then a couple more since we've already got them out. And I'm just going to pull them back, all of them across the way here to what it will basically be our blend line here. This is a good song. A little bit of overlap there. Okay. We're going to use this piece right over here. I need to put it on the other way. This is so hard to see. All right, hold on. Good news is on the back side, we're done. We just got to finish it up around the front here. And I think 1 or 2 more pieces will do. Maybe 3 tops. All right. Let's throw a piece in right there. And this guy. Yeah, I think this one and one more piece. And then we'll start the blending process. Where'd that come from? All right, one more piece. We do have a piece right here. Will this work? You know what? I think it will. I am going to trim off a little bit there. I changed my mind. I want one more piece. We can probably use a little piece though, because it's not that big of a deal. I just want to close some spacing here. All right, brush and blend. Let's do this. You know what, chat? I think I have an idea on the blend, and I think we might bake them first. That's what we did on the cheeks, if you remember. We baked it, and then I did the blend after the fact. I feel like maybe we'll have more success if I do that. But for now, I'll just extend some of these lines so we can blend into them where needed. Let's get baked. Oh my God, I can't wait. I know it's hard to see right now. It's hard for me to see too. Lebrizarola, I hope I said that right. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Lebrizarola? Am I saying that right? But welcome in. Happy Tuesday. All right, so yeah, that's what we'll do. I'm going to brush this down just to kind of clean this up, right? And then what we'll do, I'll put him in the oven for a nice bake. And then tomorrow, one of the things on our list of things to do will be to do a proper blend here once this is baked and cured, and we don't have to worry about messing it up. I feel like it's easier to do. That's what we did for the cheeks. Because I can really kind of like dig in and follow the pattern, you know, with the blend. But right now, we'll just give him a nice brush. Get all of that cleaned up. And then I'm going to go over the tail with a little bit more ISO than what we normally would use, just to kind of most of it's pretty good, but I just want to make sure that we don't have any loose pieces. Jiminy Cricket, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. What do we think? I think I'm pretty happy with it. Other than, like I said, this will get a more proper blend into the base of the tail tomorrow. But I think we're good. Yeah, I think I'm happy with that. And like I said, we'll bake them and then do the blend once that's cured. Anybody that was around for the cheeks may remember we did the same thing in this region here. Added the fur, baked them, and then came back in and added over and underneath the eyes and the brow area and the cheeks. And I'll tell you, having that cured was a tremendous help, because while I'm going in doing the texturing, I could kind of like dig in to those channels for the fur, and that helps so much with the blend. So I think that's what we'll do, because otherwise you got to be real careful not to like mess up the flow, and if you did, it's pretty much strip the whole thing down and start over. I don't want to do that, and I'm sure you guys don't want to watch me do the same thing twice. So we'll do that, and it won't take long. The blending process is pretty simple. So I think that's where we'll call it today. And then I'm going to make myself something to eat, and then he's going in the oven. Okay, cool. Wait, what? Wait, what? Why did it do that twice? That was really... What? Why did it do that? I'll have to look into that. That's really strange. Do I have two? No, I do not. Sometimes you just gotta howl. Yeah, because it showed that alert for Jiminy Cricket on the other side. But when we switched over here, it ran it again. How odd. How odd. Anyway, let's see. Let's see who's streaming right now. Just a reminder, I will be live again tomorrow. That is the plan, unless something comes up. I hope to stream like 11 to 3, somewhere in that ballpark, Eastern time. And let's take a look and see who's streaming right now. You know what? Linecraftery's streaming. So why don't we go say hello to him? Let's do that. He's only been live for 40 minutes, so it seems like he's got some time to go. Linecraftery is awesome, guys. Won't be disappointed. His artwork is phenomenal, and I want it hanging on my wall. So we're going to go say hello to him. But thank you guys so much for hanging out today. I do hope you enjoyed. I certainly did, and I'm glad we made as much progress as we have. I'm getting used to a new setup here on my end, so bear with me. But we are going to hop over here, and I've got some thank yous to throw out, including a couple offline follows from before. AshGhost13 and Yurtiverse, thank you so much for those follows while we were offline. Oh, look, new credits. I need to make sure those work. It seems like they are. Seems like they are. Jess Farasby? I hope I'm saying these right. King Louis VII. Lebre Zarola. There we go. Jiminy Cricket. Thank you all so much for the follows. Thank you guys for being here today. Thanks for hanging out and chatting with me. And most importantly, thank you for being a part of this community. Hey, there's you. Indeed. Yeah. New credits. I set those up over the weekend too and totally forgot I did that. Look at that. Marker pens acquired. Very nice, Rose. Guys, I'm going to throw some information at you in chat real quick, including our non-sub raid call. If you are not subbed to the channel, you can copy that. If you are subbed to the channel, you can copy that one. I've got mine ready to go. We are going to go say hello to Line Craftery. I will get that queued up. All right, get those raid calls ready when we hop over there. Throw those in the chat. Make some noise. Give a hearty hello to Line Craftery. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I hope you had a good time. I certainly did. Thank you guys for being a part of it. I hope you have a great rest of your Tuesday. And if I don't see you tomorrow, I hope you have a great Wednesday. But I will be here probably, like I said, around 11 o'clock Eastern time, going live to continue our Jerboa. And I will see you then. Guys, take care. Have a great night. Thank you so much. Rose, Richie, Gundy, designed by Joe, anybody that's been hanging out and chatting with us today, Hugh, Stevie, thank you all so much. Have a great rest of your day. Let's go say hello to Line. Later, guys. Have a good night.